Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody here. So it's nice to see people around. So today we're doing a lot of work today. That much I could say. We have well, for one, this is a commission. If you guys are familiar with Nikki, wait, let me just clean a little bit up because I had a brief dinner with some leftover food. So I'll be back in a bit. So now, uh, we will be finishing this. There's just requires some last bits and pieces, especially for the background. But beyond that, I think that we're quite good to go. All right, let me just plug in my Wacom. So yeah, by the way, I would like to make an announcement as well that to the people viewing, I am currently running a 25% off for my illustrations. So if you would like to have a commission up until the end of this year, you will get a 25% off to the work that I do. So of course, terms and conditions apply. I don't like to be too professional, but I think professionalism has helped me have a good workflow with the people that I have worked with. And so if you want to have something done, whether it's a character from an IP that you love, whether it's an original character that you've had sketches around and you want to bring them to life, maybe it's D&D, maybe it's for a story you're trying to write, anything, just reach out. If you like the work that you see, then if you reserve a piece, starting today up until the last day of this year, you will get a 25% off to all packages, whether it's a portrait, whether it's a full body shot, whether it's a larger, a larger set piece with, if you want dragons in there, if you want aliens, anything, medieval armor, sci-fi armor, whatever that you could think about, we'll work together. We'll do our best to bring it to life. And so yeah, that's the quick spiel for today before we head on back to the work. So I have this commission that I'm finishing up. It's from the game Nikkei. Is it Nikkei or Nikki? I'm not really sure. But it's what we're targeting to complete today. What's missing from this? What's missing from this is the background. That's it. And I think we're pretty much done. So we have the background set up. We have the lighting prepared. We have the character all set right here. And we just have to fix up the bedding. The beddings. I don't know if that's the right term for that. Let me just turn off the air conditioning. It's a little cold now. Yeah. So let me know if you guys have any questions or anything of that sort. I would be more than happy to have a dialogue with you guys. So I see Lloyd here. Hello, Lloyd. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know what time it is there, but I'm happy to have you here. Thank you for joining the stream. So right now I'm going to be painting over the bedding lines itself. I'm just gonna go straight for it. Here. Hello. How did you find the stream? What time is it from where you're from? So for this, I don't want to be too detailed again. I'm gonna think about how first the bed goes and flows into waves. So been following since the For Honor artworks. Those are all. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, it's been it's been a long journey. You've been with me for years now. Thank you. Thank you. Do you still play? I've stopped playing because it's 8 minutes before 7 p.m. It's 8 minutes. Oh. Yeah. Are you in Asia? Because it's also 8 minutes before 7 p.m. where I am. I think there's a clock over here at my screen as well. Yeah, if you have people who are also into games or into art, and they just want to tag along and have some fun discussions, please feel free to share the stream as well. I'd like to have more people around. I'm also trying to target 5,000 followers. I hate to be that guy. I'm really not a social media kind of person. I stream, the primary reason that I stream is to record the work that I do, because if I simply record it, it's going to eat up a lot of my hardware space, hard drive space. And so I thought, like, what's the biggest storage device that you have? And it's YouTube and Facebook. Hell yeah, Epic Artworks always. No, I don't play For Honor. Ah. Neither do I. I've put myself to a halt, mainly by accident, because I lost my account a few years back. But I got it back now. I just haven't reinstalled it yet, because I guess there are some other better games. Understandable and real. That is true. That is true. Do you draw as well, by any chance, Lloyd? And is there a specific artwork that you've come to fully enjoy from me? I'm asking because if you've come to appreciate it, then if you know, if the chance permits, I'd love to do more work of that as well. So that's why I'm treated as a as a kind of little survey, I guess, so that I understand what people like, what fans like you like, followers like you like. Yeah, so here, not thinking about lines anymore. I'm letting the shading take place. So I'm thinking about the wave, how her hand positioning and her knees start to create this crevice. This, you know, this little. Is this a valley? Yeah, this is a valley, kind of, because the flow of the fabric starts to do this. But since it's starting to do that, well, that means that since the light is coming from here, that means that there should be more shading around this section going down. But we don't want it to be too dark, because these are white beddings after all. So it's just going to have a slightly darker shade, but nothing too shadowy. Oh yeah, I do, but I'm not really good at it. I'm trying to learn grayscale, and first time making one. Oh, here Kensei. Thank you, man, Kensei. I love Kensei. If I recall correctly, Kensei, Centurion, and Warlord were my mains back in those days. I played them a lot. I played them so much. If you have any questions on how to do grayscale, please feel free to ask. That's also what these streams are for. I am building up a mentoring program. It's been something I've been cooking up for years. But as I'm learning, I hope that these streams can act as a temporary substitute for that mentoring in the future. And so if you have other friends who are interested in drawing, maybe coworkers or fellow classmates, if you're still in school, but if you're already working and you have family members who are interested in how to draw, well, bring them over here. And then if you guys have any questions on how to do rendering or whatnot, I'd be more than happy to give advice, or at least to demonstrate the best way I can given the specific work that I'm doing. So not all commissions I stream. I try to be picky about it, because sometimes the clients also want it to be private, and if I do stream the work, then the surprise of the commission kind of diminishes. So that's something that I also try to avoid. So here, one technique that I also would recommend you do is to flip your canvas. This is something that I always state. So maybe if you've been following the streams, this is something that, you know, is kind of like tiring advice, but it's extremely helpful to a degree that I can't even overstate. Oh, you're welcome. The ones that I don't stream are, of course, the ones that are under NDA. Those really are out of the discussion. And of course, for projects that would be launched, and then the art is just as the art is just extra work, let's say. So here I'm kind of, my mind is not being too cooperative right now with how to get this part accomplished. I have a reference here, but then the lighting is slightly off as well. And when I say off, I mean that the lighting does not have a problem. What I mean is that the lighting is not as similar to what I'm trying to work with. So here we create a bump here. So if there's a bump here, that means that there should be more light here on this side, like so. Why? Because the light is, of course, coming from here, and it's directed here, so it's doing that. So since it's doing that, and you have an elevation, then that means that there should be more shadowing on this side, and then more light. Oh, sorry, my bad. And then more light on this side. There you go. Crevices and lines will receive. There you go. I'ma get it done. And this does not just apply to fabric such as this. It also applies to fabric when it comes to clothing. I don't know if it's visible in the camera right now because I dimmed the lights, but if you're wearing clothes right now, and this is not to be to be dirty or anything. But you could do studies on your own fabric, on your own clothing, which is something that I highly recommend. Or you could pick up a towel or any piece of fabric around, and then just lay it on the floor, or lay it on the bed, and then have light, and then light it up from whatever angle you want to do so. And then from there, try to see how the light works. I think that's a very good study to have. So here I'm not being as crisp as the line work, so that our main character, stands out. I'm just gonna play some music, but not too loud, because I don't want to be copywritten. So right now I'm not too satisfied with how the colors are going. It seems a little too flat. We don't have that elevation and that bump yet. How do we fix that? One thought that I have in mind is to create these ripples effect that hide the other parts. So I'm also trying to add an outline here, but it's not too believable right now. Why? That's awesome. Right, something to consider, especially for me, I'm also speaking for myself here, to myself and for myself, is that I don't have dynamism in this section right now. What do I mean by that? Notice how the length of this bump is almost the same with this bump and almost the same with this bump. That almost never happens in reality. So if you grab a blanket and then you just toss it around and then you shuffle it and flick it over, it's not going to end up with uniform parts like this. So that's a problem. And so to change this, we should either extend one bit and then remove the the uniformity. There you go. And then we have one part really blow up. Not like an explosion. There you go. And then one part that is smaller. There you go. I forgot where I saw this, but I think earlier today there's this reel that I saw, which forms from she's an artist, I think. I forget where. I think from Instagram. But she indicated that there is a unwritten rule for a lot of compositions in which you want to have a hierarchy of three things: one large, one medium, and then one small. So that's something to keep in mind. So we could try to apply that here for this top section of the illustration. Here, oops, my bad, here, there you go. Or more specifically, here, this part. Or we could think about this piece as a whole. How do we do that? This is one large section. This is one medium section. This is one small section. There you go. So that's how we could separate the composition. And then we have one larger section here, right? So let's try to put that into application. So again, as we are painting up the shapes, we are constantly thinking about the source of the light. The moment you stop thinking about the source of the light is the moment the entire illustration becomes non-cohesive, where the parts just seem to extend beyond where it should be and whatnot. I don't know if that made sense. So here we also must consider ambient occlusion and cast shadows. So the cast shadows would be some of the darkest parts, and of course the blending between these two types of shadows would produce the strongest shadows. but don't overdo it. We have to think about the crevices as we're working. And it's good to have a zoomed out version of the illustration. So honestly, I could just work like this and then draw from this position. But I kind of like having a little more control, and that's why I separate the illustration into these two parts. And so that I have a preview of one side and a preview of the other. I think my illustration just lagged. There you go. Yeah, it lagged for a few seconds. So here, watch as I create this kind of like reverse pizza. I don't know what better term to use for this. I tend to zoom in when doing details. Yes, zooming in is great. There is no problem with zooming in, but one thing I will comment against fully zooming in, and I've experienced this because there was a time when, because right now I'm working on a 4K monitor, so it's kind of big, and there was a time when I was just starting out onto how to paint and how to draw, and even when I was working traditionally, I used to have the paper right up to my face. Like really right up to my face, and I thought that it would give me better control. Same thing when I was working digitally, and I didn't want to lose track of those details. But the problem is, the moment I stepped back or the moment I zoomed out, for example, I'm working on the eye, and the eyebrows are perfect. And then there's the eye duct and the iris and the pupil. They're all perfectly rendered. You could even see tears swelling up or something like that. But the moment you zoom out, the moment I zoomed out, what happens is that the eye was like miles away from the rest of the face, and it took me a while before I figured out how to solve that problem. And the solution to that problem was to have two viewports, to have one zoomed out, and so that you are treating the canvas as a whole, because you're not just drawing an eye, you're creating a portrait, and sometimes even you're creating a portrait on a full body, and sometimes that full body is on a much larger canvas with more characters on it. And so the eye is as consequential as it is, as important as it is, it has to be balanced out by the rest of the individuals. Yes. So this is not a standard navigator. So I'm gonna bring up the regular navigator. Window, navigator. So I don't know if it's visible. Is it visible? Let me check. Let me check the stream. It's not visible because it's on a separate browser. But here, let me show you. Oops, why can't I take it out? I can't seem to take it out. I'm gonna just take a screenshot of it. Here. Whoa, that's cool. That's a cool effect. Here. So this is the navigator. Right here. This is the navigator. The one with the red line around it. The problem with this is I can't draw on the navigator. And that's something that bummed me so much while I was doing work before. I used to have this big navigator on the side, and you can't draw on it. You could click on where you want to go, and you have a proper look at the entirety of the image, sure, but you can't, as I've already said, you can't draw on it. So this thing that I'm doing is not a navigator. Instead, it is a second copy of the illustration. And how do I do this? Here, let me take a new screenshot. Consolidate all. Here you go. So if you are on Photoshop, I don't know how it's done on the other software like Clip Studio Paint. Was I able to take a screenshot? Here. Why is it not taking a screenshot? One more. Window, arrange. Let's see. Alright, I just took a print screen. I don't know if it's pictures. Did it take the screenshot? Please take the screenshot. It's gonna be so... If it doesn't take the screen... Okay, there you go. Took the screenshot. There you go. Alright, so... I don't know how it's done in other software, but to do what I do, so you go to Window, which is on your toolbar, you go to Arrange, and then you click on New Window for whatever project it is that you're working on. So in this case, it's Nayuta Nikke, or Nikki, Goddess of Victory, and I set up the shortcut on settings to Alt-Control plus Q. And so if I hit Alt-Control plus Q, which is what I'll do now, and then I hit Alt-Control D, which is here, tile all vertically, right there, and so I'll end up with two viewports right away. The beauty of these two viewports is that, again, let's go back to our bedroom sketching right here. Oh, there you go. That's looking good. Look at how I can paint right here. Let's make it more obvious. Hello, right? And then I could zoom in right here, and then I could paint here. Hi. And it's reflecting there. And then I could respond again here. And on both sides, I could draw easily. Right? Alright, so let me paste that again so that now it's underneath her bottom. Right there. So you go to Window, Arrange, New Window. Right there. Okay? So whatever it is that you're working on, and set it up to any keystroke that works best for you. I don't know what keystroke that is, but just set that up. And whenever you open a new project, just do it this way. And I think it's going to increase your accuracy tenfold, and it's also going to increase your capacity for bettering your compositions, let's just say. All right. Hello? Oh, God, I think I muted myself. How long have I been on mute? Oh my God. So pressing T on my Photoshop mutes my OBS. Okay, that's a problem. Damn, okay. So let's remove that. Oh man, I see. Alright, I hope that works better. Because pressing T is transform in Photoshop. Oh my God, okay. Am I audible now? Hello? Am I audible now? I hope that I am. I was even asking what project you're working on. Okay, that's a little too loud. Am I still audible? Hello, hello, hello. Testing the volume right now. Awesome. Yeah, I was asking even, you know, how's work? Well, what drawings are you drawing? And so on and so forth. So now I'm unsure how much of the stream was silent. Oh my god, I hate these technical issues. Yeah, actually, I set it to be T. I personally did that. I did not know that pressing T while in Photoshop would affect OBS. That's something that I did not consider at all. So, fuck me, I guess. Oh, the angle. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks terribly. But oh well, we make things work as best as we can. The timing was insane because I was too late to make the low angle trend. So I tried to do the opposite, and then a few hours later, a user posted, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah." I saw that. Damn. Someone beat you to it. Aw. It's okay, but it's fun because I got to hop on the trend. Oh, that's true. That's true. Thank you. Thank you. It's not even fully polished to the extent that I want it to be, but I'm glad to hear that feedback right away. So right now, there again, it's when you're working on fabric, just think of it as pipes or hills, um, rolling hills, I guess. Yeah, rolling hills are some of the best. Yeah, like here. It's sad that whenever you Google something, you don't know if it's real anymore or if it's AI. But look at this. If you put it in black and white, then you increase the levels a little bit. Notice how it's almost similar to clothing. Just smoothing out the bumps here, and you pretty much have clothing. Here, look. Why does it feel like clothing? The only thing different is it doesn't have the extra folds, which we're gonna try to add right now. Now, why does it look like clothing? It's because it follows the same principle. you have light coming from one specific direction, which is here at the back. And then you have sections that are not lit. Because essentially, this thing here is like a pipe. And these hills just act as, you know, it just acts as ruffles, per se, or bumps. Now, the only the other difference as well, apart from the texture, is the smoothness. Because fabric is much smoother, that means that it receives more light in general, which is something that we could try to correct here. There you go. See? And now we could just brighten this part here, and it already somewhat now looks like a piece of clothing, right? It now kind of looks like an arm for some reason. There you go. See? So that's one thing to keep in mind. So one practice that you can do: get some magazine, get some fight scene, get a dance scene, anything that has movement in it. And then focus on the different types of clothing and see how they flow and how they move. Try to focus on one specific movement, like the raising of arms or the bending of knees. See? Now that looks like a piece of clothing. There you go. Now you could add a head here. And then this is the shoulder. Yeah, there you go. And now it's an action pose. And then we could further make this distinct. Let's zoom that out. See? It's now an arm. See? And then we could give it that other freerun angle. So when drawing heads, try to have an epicenter, or like the core of the head. I like to use a dot for that. This turns into that, if you ever take a ball, I don't have a ball here with me right now, but I'll try to illustrate with my hand, like here. If you have a ball, there's always a center. And no matter how you rotate that, the center doesn't change. It's just everything else around it. And I think since I do have a ball and it's my head, you can see how when I'm turning my head, its axis, its center, its core doesn't really change unless I change the position of my head, right? So in that case, we could orient the head to... We have the flow of the head like this. This is one axis. The second is perpendicular to it, like so. So I'm pretty happy with how this unexpectedly turned out. So now we could hide everything else to further the illusion of so we can now delete that. See? There. It's an arm now. Yeah, send this to your art friends. If they're running out of inspiration, just look to nature and your problem will be solved. So here, you can now add the ear right here. The ear is almost always above the mouth, okay? The tip of the mouth, let me see my camera. I don't know if it's visible, but the ear is almost always, the bottom of the ear is above the mouth. The top of the ear is almost always level the eyes, okay? So when you lift the head, the ear goes down. When you lower your head, the ear goes up. That's something to take into consideration. So since our character is looking down here, her ear would be further elevated. And if we follow that logic, that means her mouth should be somewhere here. And her chin would be somewhere here. We don't want a thick chin because she's not a man. There you go. The nose should roughly be here in the middle. And now we could erase all of the extra lines that we've crafted. And now we can paint white underneath, just for this demo, so that she's a little more visible, and then we'll get back to the actual commission. Let's consider this an ADHD detour. There you go. So just something really quickly as a demo. So from Rolling Hills, we ended up with a woman who's probably attacking somebody. So of course we want to. There you go. And the clavicle goes here. This is her other arm. But we don't want to overstretch her physique. There you go. There you go. And then her breasts should not be too visible because her shoulders are already blocking it. One temptation for beginner artists, and this is something that I had a problem with for years, and I'm not even lying about when I say years, because it took me really years to figure this out. Things fall on top of the other from the 2D perspective, right? So for example, right now, you could very much see my nose, but then the moment I turn, as I'm rotating, the rest of my features start to disappear. And it's the same phenomenon with other body parts. There you go. So since her shoulder is here, that means that her back is more visible than her front, right? And therefore, whatever cleavage you want to add, no matter how big bosomed she is, it's going to be reduced by the perspective. Unless she's like a G or an H, which we could add here, because some people seem to like that. Well, I prefer my illustrations to have more petite bodies. There you go. Right? And this is a top view, so maybe we could finish it off. It's from a completely top view. So the rest of her body is not really visible. There you go. And then her legs are somewhere. Let's add more white to that. Oops. So this is her bottom. And I'm also thinking about the bones. I'm also thinking three-dimensionally about how this is a top view. Therefore, the feet should start to twist. There you go. Maybe she's wearing high school shoes or university shoes. I don't know. And then her other leg is not too visible, because she's wearing a skirt. So since the movement of the action seems to be in that direction, that means that her skirt should go in this direction. And then we could start to shade that. Does this make sense? As a quick demo. It's rough, yes, but I hope that I'm getting to illustrate the principles. There you go. And her other arm isn't visible as of yet. Maybe it got removed in the fight. She's probably an Ajin. There you go. And then her hair. So when we do hair, always try to remember that there is still the hairline. Let's give her a cute hairline. Goes like this. There you go. Always think three-dimensionally. There you go. And then she's angry because she hasn't eaten and somebody had to fight her. So now she's really pissed off. And since we are from a top view, that means that her nostrils should not be visible. Sometimes we're tempted to still draw the line like that, but we're already overhead. And so we shouldn't include it anymore. We should have those restrictions applied to ourselves as we're drawing. There you go. And then what hairstyle should she have? I'll wait for a comment before I draw it. And that said, let's finish up here. Her arm. So see, we turned rolling hills into a full-fledged female arm. What about that? Now let's give her a necktie. Ponytail. Alright. So for ponytail, what you want to do is first clump the strands. You have the first strand here. Wait, my arm is starting to spasm. This is really the consequences of being an artist. The potential to have carpal tunnel, which hopefully I don't get to have. I want to live long and draw a lot of things. Here, this is gonna, you start to draw just the strands, clumps of hair, not the strands. And then if we want it to be a little more realistic because she's in a fight, we want to loosen the ponytail a bit. And so to do that, you extend the clumps past the base of her hair. And then you start to add little curves to increase the effect that her hair is being taut. There you go. Let's add more white. This quick test canvas is getting bigger by the moment. Now it's touching the bottom of the main illustration. There you go. We go back to this. So her movement, again, is in this direction, right? Or is it this direction? I forgot. Yeah, it's this direction. So she's about to attack. So she's just chambered her punch. And so that means that we could still keep her ponytail pretty much in the air because it hasn't moved yet. She's at the end of her motion. She's like retreating back. That means her hair just whipped that direction, right? So that means we could still be a little bit more snappy with her hair. There you go. And then we could probably give her bangs. And so when you add bangs, you could draw the bangs first. At the end of the hairline. There you go. Here too. Let's add a little bit there. And then now you could start to provide some erasure. There you go. And then she has nice big cute ears. Same thing here. Since we're looking from the top view, that means that some parts of her ear is going to be larger than the rest. Ears can be tricky. There you go. Let's fix that. We don't want to give her too thick of a jawline. And now she has here. What is she holding? Let's give her a pistol. There you go. And let's have her do something with her arm here. So, since her arm is already stretched back here, that means that her arm can't be too much forward anymore. So this is something that you try. Try to blow your elbows back and then push your arm forward. You can't do it. So when you've already stretched your hands back, that means your arm is only limited to a certain amount of positions. So that's something that would be great to keep in mind when you're doing your illustrations. Try to do the poses, and then you will start to have a better natural understanding of how something feels natural or not. So here, that means that her arm can only go in certain directions. For example, here. Let's erase it. There you go. Wow. I like that her shirt is ripped. So when we draw arms, we must take into consideration that we are now operating in 3D space, because her arm is already doing this right now. Right? It's not doing this. So in that case, we have to add the bumps correctly to convey the illusion of three-dimensionality. There you go. So same thing here with her other with her forearm. It already goes in this direction. So we don't, but the problem is we don't want to have too many guidelines as we're drawing, or else it breaks the illusion. It is now about connecting what do you call that? The lines. So maybe here she is well, I don't know, what, wielding a sword. Let's just go for trophy. It's fine, because it's just this is just a test. It's just practice, pretty much. So here she has a katana. This is the most anime test schoolgirl. There you go. There you go. Right? So from Rolling Hills, we ended up with a fully illustrated Japanese schoolgirl. She was just having lunch and somebody bothered her. And so she pulled out her American Glock given to her by her Texan boyfriend. And she pulled out her grandfather's samurai from her magic pocket. And now she is going to bring death and destruction to whoever it is that took her lunchtime away from her. Oh, let's add stockings because stockings are awesome. There you go. And then here, since we're losing light the moment we go down, but we still want to have volume, that means we have to be more careful with how we start to let go of the brush distance. There you go. So now we have the illusion of death. There you go. And then her Glock. There you go. And of course it's not yet completely inked. So let's add some... Let's add some Takehiko Inoue. I know he's still better than me, but it's an act of respect. And so when you're gonna do hair, try to consider where your light is coming from. In this case, we seem to have two light sources, one from the back and then one from the top. That means that this should be the brightest section of our hair. And then this should also be a bright section of the hair, okay? So, you create the rim first, like so. And then another rim here at the back. There you go. And now you could freely paint. This is not my usual style. This is more of my free flow style. I often don't work like this, especially for client work. Because I'm a sucker for details. To me, this is a rough sketch, and this is something to be painted over. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's turning out pretty good. There you go. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, not gonna lie. Damn. So yeah, that's the quick demonstration on how to turn Hill into a full-blown illustration. Thank you, thank you. So let's just tighten it up a little bit. And now we could add a little bit of shading. Oh, you're more than welcome. I hope you learned some things today. Especially for this quick demo. So you could take inspiration from anything. So if and this is not to discriminate people who love anime. I do, okay? Manga and anime, but I've also taught in university. And what I've come to discover is that most students, most individuals, they just stick to whatever thing that they love. Right? So if they love comic books, they just try to reference comic books. That's it. When they love manga, that's the only thing that they reference as well. They forget that the world has so much to offer. If you're a lover of manga, then try to look into comics. If you're a lover of comics, then try to look into manga. And you'll be surprised what you get to pick up. You'll be surprised what things you can end up learning that you did not even think of when you broaden your horizons. I hope that, and even for here, it's quite shocking that we discovered how much similarity a piece of land has to a piece of fabric. And so we took that, we ran with it, and now we have this. Okay? There you go. Where is that image of that hill again? Let's look for that. So we went from we went from this to this. That was quite an interesting experiment, not gonna lie. How long did that take? Let's check. 25 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Roughly 25 minutes. I don't know how we can clip that. I've never tried clipping from a stream before, but I think that's something cool to clip. All right, let's hide that. That's a pretty fun thing to have tested out. And let's get back to our booty. Where's our black and white again? There you go. back to the fabric work. This does not have dimension right now, and it's bothering me. Let's try to give it some dimension. So try to also blend thin and thick lines, but you have to know where to include the thick lines. There you go. Oh, starting to look really good. That's really good. It was perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's not perfect yet. I'm just copying Homelander. Thank you. Well, I'm constantly trying to find what points I'm not good at. That's why whenever I'm not drawing, although that's the difficulty though, I don't know if other people experience this, but I'm the kind of person who cannot enjoy anything without studying it. It's problematic sometimes because your mind is constantly in this non-rest. My mind is constantly active, and I'm not even saying this as a glaze. It's kind of like just I'm even paranoid sometimes with how I think, because sometimes you're just seated in a cafe and you just want to enjoy the music. You just want to enjoy the company of your friends, or just you just want to sightsee sometimes, or just enjoy a good cup of coffee, you know? But I can't. My mind thinks about the shapes of things. My mind thinks about how or what scene could take place here. I'm thinking about how the perspective is. I'm thinking about how the light bleeds in from the window. And all of these things, and to the point that sometimes you just want to shut your brain down. I know that it's a morbid thought, but you know, sometimes the best idea that pops into your head is maybe just do a Deadpool on yourself. Just and I hope that I'm not being again morbid. I'm not trying to be. It's just maybe it's just a sense of perfectionism. I don't know. All right, enough of that philosophical existential musing. Relatable. Then I guess I'm not the only one going through such. And it's kind of difficult when you want the people around you to understand the experience, right? And then not everybody does. And you have to just have to squeeze your head, squeeze yourself, be quiet about things, because you know that the people around you won't be able to appreciate it. And sometimes you see that they try, but so you keep mum about it. I see stuff in I sometimes think, how can I make this in Blender 3D? I have had the exact same experience because I also do Blender. In fact, one of the book covers that I did was Blender assisted, for a lack of a better term, because I had to design a book cover with I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I had to design a book cover with a large monster overhead, and the monster also had to, what do you call that? And the monster had to be part of this fortress or lab, right? And then I had to do a 3D model of it. And the day after, I think I was in the elevator headed up to my apartment, and I was just seeing how the light was bouncing around. I walked down the streets, and then all I could think about is the ratio of the height of the average people with the railing, and how do I transform a procedural material into something that looks like cobblestones or asphalt. Like, that's the, and it was almost, it felt like I was going insane, and I just wanted to grab some coffee and some food at that point. So maybe that's the kind of experience that you had as well. Minds crave to learn. Yes. Yes, we do. And I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes it feels painful when your mind is not learning. When you spend a day and you did enjoy, for example, I play Apex, I play Helldivers, and sometimes you just want to have fun, you know? Girls just want to have fun. And so yeah, you boot up a game, then you play, or sometimes you draw. And then when the drawing conveys no learning, you're like, what did I do today? What did I learn? What did I not learn? And you just you just want to hit yourself in the head. Like, man. Just, man. And sometimes even you have a day scheduled for relaxation. Like you want to spend time with your friends or with your significant other, but sometimes your mind is going to how do I provide, you know? How do I do things? How do I turn this story that's been in my head for years into a living reality? How? And it burdens you to an inexplicable degree that it's so painful sometimes. Like there's a physical pain associated with it. I don't know if that's just me. All right, I think it's turning out pretty good. Damn. Now we work on the shadows. I still, after doing the research that I did, which isn't too much on this commission piece, I still don't know how to play Nikki. I know that it's kind of like a shooter, I think, and it has collaborations, I think, and it's got female characters. That much is all I know. I'm not against fan service. In fact, I think my own stories, I want to provide fan service, but I think I want to be a little more, not really discreet, more diegetic about it. It's like when you play music and then the characters get to hear it as well. Like I want the fan service to mean something, if to the best that I can. The lore is depresso. Do tell. I'm sorry if I take up your keyboard time, but the lore is depresso of Nikki. I'm not aware of this. Interesting. That is news to me. Oh, girls just wanna have fun. Do the characters have sad lore, or is it more of the world? Do they have sad backstories, is what you mean? There's a 2D cinematic with Nayuta in it, and yeah, the scene is... Oh, damn. Is it like a properly animated short? Like an anime? Oh, damn, okay. That statement might just get me into the story. Is Nikki Chinese or Japanese, like Shift Up? I'm not really aware. All I know is that Shift Up created this game. I don't remember much from Nikki, since I left the game a long time ago, but Nikki's are viewed as merely weapons to defend. Ah, Shift Up is a Korean company, so they also made Stellar Blade. Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, that's why it's familiar. Damn, I see. Okay. Damn, I didn't even know about that. Any of that. So they're kind of like androids? What are they? False humans? Are they like synths? Then they're just made to look human? Oh, they are. Oh. Damn. I didn't know. I always thought it was related to like myth and legends because, you know, with the subtitle Goddess of Victory, and so that's why I thought of that. I didn't know that they were like androids. So that's why it's an easy collab to have near there. Like 2B. Yeah, mass-produced Nikis are based on humans, while Nikis like Nayuta are former humans returned to Nikis. I see. I see. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, and Goddess of Victory probably refers to the Goddess Squad, who were the first generation to ever exist. I didn't even know it had comprehensive lore like that. All I thought it was like, here's some, sexy anime girls. Damn. Color me intrigued. Yeah, I thought so too. And then the very first cinematic in the game was literally sad as fuck, and then appeared so early. Oh damn. Okay. After I work, I might just look into those cinematics. I don't think I'll ever get into the game. Well, because, well, as much as I want to get into more games, I also want to spend more time drawing. Maybe I'll draw more Nikki instead if ever I do get into it. So back to the illustration, what I'm doing is now combining the different fabrics to make it look like it's pinching into each other. That is what was missing from the previous version, and now I'm eliminating all of the unnecessary lines while adding more bright spots. There you go. There you go. For example, here this does not make sense, and so we'll add more whites to make the bed sheet really stand out. Increase the fold dynamic here, and then here it should not do that. It should instead have some bounce light here, like so. There you go. And then just have that fade. There you go. Same thing here. More bounce light right here. I know that it is minuscule, but the piece needs it, so we'll put it in. And then this is the fun part, and tricky part is some more bounce light, like so. There you go. The moment most of this is smoothened out, I think we can call this illustration finished. There you go. So here, this is still a little too dark, and so we must compensate. There you go. Remember, these are white sheets, not dark sheets. This is not Darth Vader's bed. This is Obi-Wan's bed. That does not make sense at all. Or maybe it does. What do I know? Maybe the Nickies should go visit, I don't know, a Star Destroyer, probably. Oh! The Nickies should collaborate with the Helldivers. Yeah! It seems that they're both expendable. Both seem to have a funny outlook on life, or maybe not funny, like, you know, a non-Despresso outlook. It's just that Helldivers focuses on the macho galore of things, and Nikki focuses on the on another aspect of but at the end of the day, when we deconstruct their lore, it's all about Helldivers and Nikki's both getting blown up to smithereens, I guess. Because if we fully if we take into reality the lives of both, well, I think I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that. Yeah. And is it wrong to believe that that Nikki has guns for most of it? Again, I'm not really familiar with this. And so, since you're my audience right now, which I deeply thank you for, Lloyd. Thank you for supporting the stream. Please educate me if they have guns. Oh, and damn, the enemies in Helldivers are like Raptors and Nickies, who are alien-like thingies. Oh, so they have much more in common than I had thought. Interesting. Yeah, color me intrigued by this possibility of an illustration. Color me very intrigued. Does a judgment. Every anime person who ever has a sword has a high chance of replicating Virgil. That's how popular Virgil is. Virgil is the true anime girl. And that's why he dislikes Dante. Because Dante is acting as a non-anime girl. And so he's disrupting Virgil's booty time. That sounds so wrong. Virgil, don't kill me. I'm not trying to disrespect you. There you go. Oh, and the sword Nikki named Scarlet also appeared in Stellar Blade. Oh, let me look into that real quickly. Scarlet, Nikki, Stellar Blade. Oh, that's her. Interesting. Interesting. She has a silly hat. Yes. It's I thought it was umbrella, but apparently it's hat. And I think all hats should be designed that way now. Why are we lagging? Alright, I think I need to reset Photoshop. It's starting to die on me. Yeah, that's the problem with having a large piece like this, or any of the works that I do. I always work on very large canvases, of course, to preserve as much detail, but it does take up a lot of RAM space. So that's the problem. She also appeared in the 2D cinematic I've mentioned before alongside Nayuta. Is it Nayuta or Nayuta? I'm pronouncing it with a very American accent. Nayuta. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That's not it at all. At all. Alright, so I just booted up Photoshop again. There you go. Wow! Wow-wee! It is... I'm not gonna try and glaze myself, but wow, this is looking pretty good. This is okay. I will glaze it at his peak. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being quite supportive. I appreciate you. And not just for the stream, but since it seems that you've been there since the earliest of the For Honor days, so thank you so much. Alright, there you go. That's the three-dimensionality that we're looking for. Alright, so I wonder what this would look like in color. So this is the part that the thingy, the Photoshop shut down. It didn't really shut down, it's more like the brush strokes weren't reading anymore. And that's why I had to kill it. So here we add some cans. There you go. So she wants to drink with whoever sits down with her. Yeah. There you go. Damn. Wow. Alright, so I'm gonna try and do something because we've been operating in black and white the entire time. And so here's also a preview of me doing measurements for the bed. And then putting the bed itself like so. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. Wow. There you go. All right, all right, all right. So what we can do now is, so we already have it in, who the heck, well, what the heck, even the measurements? Yes, I really wanted to determine, so apparently a headboard is roughly, so I wanted to consider how high the knees are, and so that's why when I end up painting this, it makes sense, I would say. I hope that I'm making sense. Alright, so here I'm going to take my colors. Did I duplicate it correctly? I think I did. And I'm going to, where is that? I'm going to get rid of the lines and simply focus on colors. I'm going to try and see if we can add a tiny bit of color to this illustration right here. All right, there you go. Let's see how this works. I am unsure of how this is going to turn out. There it is, the colors. But let's set it to multiply. There's also screen, there's overlay. What's a good one? Multiply. So that's the quick of the colors. And then we could also add, let's turn off the black and white. Then let's also add colors to the background. What's a good color that we could add? Red. What's a good color to add for the background, since you seem to be more familiar with the lore of this game? What's a color that represents her? Is pink good? How did I do that? All right, let me go back to my OBS. I'm going to get rid of the chat real quickly, and where is that? There you go. So what I did is I took the outline that I prepared before, and this is what it looks like. It's pretty much a selection of all of the independent parts, and if we would select the colors are not at all high in chroma. What do I mean by that? If you would look at the graph, at the color wheel or the color block here at the top, notice that all of the color selections that I'm doing are almost gray, right? They're not high tinge, they're just simply gray, like so. And so when you apply that on top, and then this is just the pass-through, this is normal, this is dissolve, this is darken, this is multiply, this is color burn. What I think we want is simply multiply. Oh, she's a new character. I see, I see. I think she operates with almost a blue-violet kind of tinge. So let's go for that bluish violet. There you go. Oh, my PureF is not loading. Oh my god. Am I crashing? I hope not. Alright, let's go back. She also has a glitter to her hair, which we don't have right now. And I don't want to over-color this, because we've already taken a lot of time coloring this. We don't want to overstep things, per se. Is this her? Where is her? Where is her? Where is she? There you go. yeah, I think this is pretty good. And we don't want to overdo it. So let's flatten this. This is her colors. There you go. One thing that we can do is add let's see what happens when we select everything and then we do a camera raw filter. So right now it's not really visible because I'm in a different setting right now. So apologies on that. Temperature. Could add a bit of temperature highlights. Exposure. We could lower the exposure. Could heighten the exposure. I mean, heighten the exposure. Heighten the highlights. No, let's go for the whites. There you go. Shadows. Deepen the shadows. No, let's deepen the blacks. There you go. Add more texture to it. Vibrance. A little bit of vibrance. And HSL adjustment. Tone curve. Sharpening. So this is the before and after. We added a tiny bit of fisheye to make her pop out even more. And then maybe we could add some brightness. But in this case, we're just going to add it to different parts, for example here and here. And this is when we can now, I think, operate with a zoomed out perspective. There you go. And she also has bluish hair, but with some pinks to it. So I think what we can do with this is solid color, go for black, rasterize the black, set it to overlay. Oops. A color dodge, I mean. After we set it to color dodge, we could now add a light blue overlay. And let's see what this does. I'm not sure if I'm capturing her colors correctly, because she seems to have almost white hair as well. So her hair isn't fully grayscale. There's a tinge of blue to it. There you go. And to make the effect cleaner, let's add a bit of purple towards the ends of her hair, because it seems that she has some violet there too. And then finally, for the highlights, we go for white. There you go. Wow, this is turning out pretty well. Yo. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Doth thou playest naked? Looking for work. Same. Trying to add more for my reels. Aw. How you been, man? Apart from looking for work. Lloyd, this is Nomad Gomad. He's an excellent artist too. He does animation. So if you're interested in seeing some cool animation, he does a lot. And maybe you can learn a few tips and tricks from him as well. Mostly just been playing AC Mirage. I heard that the new update is pretty good. Probably better than the rest of Mirage. At least that's what I've been hearing. Live chat might be going bonkers. I can't see him. Oh, look at the... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Where is that? There you go. Okay, look at the screen itself. I think he's, I think Nomad Gomad is on YouTube. So please view the live chat on the stream. I just brought it up back right now. Apologies for hiding it by accident. There you go. YouTube is being weird. I'll switch to here. Really? Well, what's going on? The chat just disappears. What? That's weird. Probably on my side of the connection. I see, I see. Well, glad to have you here, man. Thanks for dropping by. Whoops. Soft light. Alright, I'm quite happy with this. Before, after. Before, after. Yes, sir, I am live. Oh, by the way, it's still here. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Time to put in the signature. There you go. Then let's see if we can add another gradient. Gradient, gradient, gradient. Nope, the other way around. Multiply. Does that work? I am not so sure. I hope that Nikki players will admire the emphasis that I've given to her bosom. Nah, forget that. That's fine. Yes, I think this is done. And we can move on to other illustrations. But I must ask my client if there's a specific detail that he wants to have. Thank you, thank you. There's just some things that I want to clean up. My OCDC is taking over me. For example, this part here. I hate this part right here. I just can't take those tears. I hate this part right. This one. I hate this part right here. I can't take it. This one too. This is what happens when you fuck up some of your selections. I can't take it any longer. Thought that we'd be stronger. Slipping through my fingers. Find a way that I can tell you. I know that not a lot of people are gonna zoom in and check that, but man, it's riling me up. That's also, I think, another problem with artists, which also is a good thing, because sometimes we just want to get the piece over with. But sometimes, too, we want the piece to last to infinitude. And I think it's in our mindset that the only way for something to last is for it to try and get as close to perfection as much as possible. And how do you get as close to perfection? Oh, the Nicki fans are gonna zoom in. Ooh. Then I guess that the effort is worth it. There you go. Just fixing some skin. There you go. Very nice. Now let's see Paul Allen's card. Then maybe we could group some hair here. Now that's tricky. Let's see my let's look at my reference and how that works. Yeah, I like tightening up things, especially if it's skin. There's something just, I don't know. Once you get skin correctly, it's soothing as you draw it. Especially in portraits and paintings. Oh no, that's a little too bright. That's not supposed to be too bright. Let's fix that. There you go. That's much better. That's much better. Ah, that's looking quite nice. So let's make a selection for the skin. Why? Because we're gonna put hair here on this side. There you go. Let's see what we can do with this. Let's see if we could add some hair. There we go. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. Not too much. We still have to be careful with how that goes. Now what it's missing are some of the dark parts to convey volume. There you go. So that it doesn't look like the style suddenly shifted, you know? And still, of course, make it stand out against the rest of the backdrop. And so the hair doesn't look out of place. That's the thing with introducing any element to your illustration. Try always to make sure that every part integrates with your drawing. Whether it's hair, whether it's a new piece of armor, make sure that you are following the collective rules of your piece. So if light comes from a certain direction, all elements should receive light from that direction. That is the basic thing to acknowledge. Or else you risk alienating those elements, and people will notice. People will immediately notice. So for example, here I realize that I have this this line that helps differentiate the hair, but it's not existent here. So let's bring that back. There you go. And now we could add our extra lines. There you go. There you go. Here we... Same thing here at the top. Oops, that's too much. Same thing here and here. All right. Yeah, I think this is done. All right. This is not the end of the stream. This is the end of the commission of the illustration of the piece, but not the end of the stream. So let me just change the color profile. And we could leave it on the screen for now. There you go. Okay. Once again, I see that there's some more viewers here. I'd like to put up a spiel, if that's all right. So we are holding a 25% off on all commissions. And so if you have a character similar to the commission that was being worked on earlier, whether it's from Nikki, Stellar Blade, if you're into Dark Souls, Warhammer, if you have your own character or anything of that sort, just feel free to reach out. Send me an email, and we can discuss what the concept is, and whether you want a portrait, whether you want a full body. Please let me know. 25% off on all commissions, whatever the package it is, and then I would be more than happy to have a discussion with how I can help to bring that illustration to life. So yeah, that's the quick spiel. All right, now what piece do we work on? I think that we should go back to working on Batman right here. Okay, so the colors are turning up quite well for this piece. I'm not sure if I should continue the colors. I like how it's turning out. I think I should continue with the colors. I think I should make a new layer for that. There you go. Part 2. So it started off as this, and I'm pretty happy with this. In fact, I had already combined it together with, where is it? Now I'm getting hungry. Projects, personal. Where is it? Oh, here. Yeah, I've already combined it to be like this. So I'm quite happy with how this turned out. The starting soon screen blocks the way. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much for letting me know. What did I just press there? Oh my god, what did I just press? Okay. Thank you. God damn it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Right, so, right, we're back here. Is it starting soon again? Did I accidentally click on anything again? I hope not. Yeah, alright. Alright, before I continue this, I think the next part of our stream is going to be about coloring Absolute Batman. So I already have a lot of colors, so let's break this down before I take on a quick break. Awesome, awesome. Right, so because I am getting kind of hungry, so I think I'm gonna get a sandwich so that I could still continue to draw. So, but for now, I'm going to demonstrate the different parts. So I'm going to turn off all of the other current layers so that we could have a good demonstration as to how we ended up with this. Oh shit, I've already merged some parts, I see. Damn. Alright. Oh wells. Alright, okay. It seems that I've already merged parts. That's fine. Alright. Okay. Alright, okay. What's better, having the white eyes or not having the eyes at all? It's something that I am truly contemplating. Where's that other one? There you go. What's better, the dark eyes or the one with the white eyes? white is better. The darker one appears to be more menacing, but both are awesome. Elian, what's your reasoning for the white eyes being better? I think the dark doesn't look good with how the lighting looks. I see. Because I was trying, maybe if it was a bit darker, like the lighting itself. Is that what you're referring to, bro? Maybe we could try to add a gradient background. And then maybe darken that shit a little more. Babadoom. Yeah, but the lighting is set to be a little bright. I think I get what you mean. So yeah, I think the white eyes do look better. Fair, thank you. Yeah. I guess I was just trying to... Where was it? There's this panel. I'm sure you've seen it. Oh yeah, but it does have white eyes. Okay, you have a point. All right, I'll take that. All right, so I will just be on a quick break. I'm hoping to take a break for roughly 10-20 minutes. I would choose dark though, it is more menacing. It's just that it really doesn't fit the lighting for me. Doesn't fit the lighting. I'd like to understand that more. Is it the top-down lighting that you're referring to? Or is it the brightness of the lighting? I think that's something that I want to be able to understand. And I think for the materials, I'm going to want to try and modify the materials. Because every time I look at the absolute Batman, his shading is far more blue. It's far more bluish. So let's try to do a color balance of that. But not too much. I think it's just the overall how bright it is. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I understand. Shadows. Not too much. Midtones. Too much. So maybe I'll add some red. Okay, let's try to fix the lighting first. Hue, saturation. Let's reduce the saturation. Not too much. And then I think that we should reduce as well the brightness. What about this? Does this work better? Let's just focus on the black portion, not the gray portion yet. I'm hide the gray portion. Yeah, what about that top part? Does that work better? Oh, interesting. Awesome. Awesome. That's okay. I think that's a good fix right away. And then I think that since we've added a bluer tinge to the to the black parts to neutralize the colors, I think that we should do the same for the rest of his suit. So how do we neutralize that? I think that the reds. There you go. I think just there you go. But there's too much yellow on the skin, which isn't a problem. Nope. I think it's the highlights. Nope. There you go. Oh my god, there you go. But it still doesn't match the brightness of the black parts. And so let's reduce it down. There you go. But equally, I think that we should bring back some of the lights so that he doesn't end up too saturated. There you go. Yeah, in the comics he is tinted very blue. Oh, that's true. That's true. Have you seen the what is it? Number 15 with the Joker? Nice. As far as I'm concerned, I love it. I love it so much, dude. Dark side, really a D1 hater. That's true, that's true. Hello, 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 Mr. Cow. It's nice to have you here. Thanks for joining the stream. So we just finished a commission from earlier, and now we've jumped back to a personal work, which is Absolute Batman. This is part of a larger series, and I've thought of doing the other pieces, you know, completing the line orcs, but I realized that I also wanted to get a render done because I don't think I have been able to. And so that's why we're here. We're focusing on this one, and I hope you like the process. In a little while, I might be taking a quick break though because I haven't eaten dinner. And so I might get a sandwich, like just a quick one, so that I could still continue streaming for everybody to see. So welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, I will take my quick leave right here, and I'll just put up a pause, and I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes. All right, thank you. I'll be back in a little bit. I have my grub, but I'm just gonna do a little setup. And when I say setup, maybe a quick shower. And then we'll be headed right back. Am I audible? I'm not sure if I'm audible. I just always love to double check because the stream has failed me so many times with the audio. But yeah, I'll be back again in a little bit. Thank you for sticking around. All right. I hope that I didn't take too long. I got my food now. I got my coffee, and to those who are still around, thank you so much. To any new viewers here, I appreciate having you on. Thank you. My gratitude is yours. But yeah, let's stop being dramatic. All right, where were we? Am I audible? I keep asking this question. I am so sorry. All right, yes, let's get back to Batman. So I think that these dark parts. There you go. It's almost done, honestly. It requires some oh yeah, the hands needed that as well. Let me change up the lighting because it's blasting at my right eye and I don't want to have problems with my eye. Yes, sir. It is Batman time. Time to look at leg armor references. So we have all of the individual parts, but I'm not satisfied with this because this should push forward and it's not doing that at all. We could deal with the intricacies later. For now, I just need to get the shape of the boot correct. Because we are going for a medieval look right here. To really emphasize the goth and the Gotham. There you go. It's turning out pretty well. So the light should be coming from two directions. One here from the left side, which is currently the right side because I flipped the canvas, and another one coming from the top. So since it's coming from the top, we have to make adjustments to this arm. There you go. So that means since the light is coming from the top, and we go back to the black section, I need to correct my intuition and have this part equally bright then. Yes. That means that this too should receive adequate light. And then the light should now instead be equalized right here. Here too. There you go. There you go. That is far better. So now we're still working in gray tones. So even if we select the brightest part of this, it's still in the grays. That means we have to do something about it. And I think it's best if we refer to the materials that we have here. And then we should apply some tinge of red to it. There you go. As an initial coat. Without going full white as of yet. Maybe even some orange. There you go. Here, since the light is coming from the top, but then his leg cover is tilted forward, that means this should not receive light at all. This part here should not receive light at all. So since it doesn't receive light at all, but since we still have light coming from the floor, given the lighting scheme, that means that there should still be a light bounce that affects it right here. Somewhere here. Maybe we could sample the color of the floor itself so that we could apply it. There you go. Same thing here. But it shouldn't be too bright. That's one of the things that we are going to need to adjust. So right now it looks too pink, which is just fine. It's part of the things that we'll be working on. That is absolutely fine. God damn, I have a headache. So since the light is coming directly from the top, we have to create the ridge. So if, for example, if you look at my finger right here, right, it starts to darken around the edges. And so that's something that we have to include here too. There you go. But not too much. We just want it to look like there's a small bump that goes there. There you go. There you go. And of course, we should apply that same level of brightness to this part here. Oh, it's alright, man. Thank you for staying as long as you did. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. I hope you can catch the future streams if ever you drop by. But apart from that, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to have you here. Until next time, have a good rest. Thank you. Thank you. All the best with everything you have to do. Take care. Take care. Good night. Yo, what's up? How are you, man? Just getting this leg armor correct. Tired. Same. Have you gotten sleep? I don't think that Stream Ninja is capturing your comments for some reason. It's only the Facebook comments that are working. What is going on? Copy. Let's try that again. What is going on? Can you try to leave a comment again? I've just cleared the chat. Tried to refresh it. About to get up and do some work before seeing family. Oh, that's awesome. What is going on? But the stream is being identified. Let me try and leave a comment. Comment test. Huh. It's only Facebook that's being populated. What the hell is going on? I'm gonna try to leave another comment. Testing comment now. Why is it not populating? What is going on? Interesting. Oh. I'm gonna close it. And then see if it works again. Social Stream Ninja. There you go. Found one new live stream. Very good. Okay, so it picked that up. I'm gonna leave another comment. Leaving comment here. There you go. Holy damn. Okay. Yeah, it's working now. I had to reset the entire thing. One more comment. Try. Oh, there you go. Okay, it's working now. I'm gonna try to leave a comment on the Facebook one. Comment. So we can see if it pops in too from Facebook. I fear like it won't. Oh, there you go. Alright, okay, it's working. I had to reset. What the hell happened there? Yeah, so we gotta make this a little more matte. This leg right here. There you go. And then for the top part, it's a little too dark, isn't it? This top part right here, we have to fix that. Oh god, my back. So that was the original. But I think now we have to give it some glow again. So right now it's too dark. There you go. And then just boost some parts and not all parts. Especially these ears right here. There you go. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that side of the boot. Now to do the same thing over on the other side, which is kind of tricky, not gonna lie. So it really is about I think I should just paint this here as I go. So for this one too, we give it that look that it's looking for. Populate it with some whites. Hello. Hello there. It's nice to have you here. Thank you for dropping by. I hope that your day is going well, wherever it is. That seems better. Oh, hello. I just saw this. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm glad to know that the chat's doing well. Thank you. Yeah, we're working on Batman's boots right now. It's quite tricky because there are many parts to it. A few times I've wanted to just fling the whole thing, but we can't do that because we are trying to reach artistic goals here. Like crazy people. Only crazy people who become artists. But in some way we are also probably the most sane. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being insane at the moment right now. Maybe life is just that. A back and forth between insanity and whatever else is left. But alas, that is c'est la vie. Comme les Français. Yeah. But we're often recluses and we often see things quite differently than most. And it's rare for people to fully understand this, I guess. I don't know, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Now there's a mosquito flying over my head, what the hell? I think we got it! Pretty happy with how that looks. I got it, yeah. Now for the extra parts, which I think maybe a little easier. Maybe. I don't know. Like maybe this part here. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it is my art. It is most definitely my art. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. Yes, this is my interpretation of the most recent version of Batman from Absolute Batman. So this is what it originally looked like when I started. So this is the sketch that I did. Oh, hi, honey. This is the sketch that I did in black and white. Afterwards, this is the color that we have so far right now. And the trick that I'm trying to pull off is the balancing of the grays to make it pop up and to make it I hate to use the term, but realistic, I think, is a good term to use. Hi, I'm glad to have you join, honey. Alright. So I'm also trying to balance the pinkish the brownish shreds, the yellow shreds, when it's not facing the light versus the more bluish tinge that it has once it is away from the light, so that we just have a clear separation. So this is what it looks like in black and white, and of course we could do a levels test, see if it reads correctly. So I would suppose that this bottom part is still a little too dark, and that's something that we have to correct. Thank you so much. He's looking awesome. Thank you. So here we brighten things up, and then we erase what we can so that it would match this part here. We don't want to overdo things, and even so here. Not too much, just enough here. There you go. And same thing here. And then we turn off the levels again, so that we have a much more neutralized set of colors. But it's proving to be too much, which is bad, so we reduce it a little bit. So it's a balancing act when it comes to these things. So his black part is complete. His armor plates are good. It's the bat wings that we have to give focus on. I'm not really sure yet what material we're gonna use. It seems to be a type of metal as well, but we shall see. I think we're just gonna have to refer to this one right here. So in this case, I think we should start painting with white right away. So we use broad strokes first, with a low opacity. Let's focus on the claws, or the quote-unquote bat bones. I honestly don't know what they're called. but we'll just focus on those highlights as we go. There you go. So we're pretty much creating bright spots here. We do the same thing again over on the other side, and we're not gonna pay attention much to capturing the material. I mean, we still can't think about it. But for now, let's just stick to ensuring that the 3D form is on point. Which I think this should be a lot brighter. This part right here. There you go. And of course, we should still follow the dynamism of the body.